So normally it's 70 times tobacco, one time other herb. Tobacco, Talta society is one of the most powerful medicines that there exists. It's the cleanser by excellence amongst all medicines. And between shamans, they say tobacco is the medicine that teaches the other medicines because with tobacco you can sit and it will start like delivering the other messages from the other medicines and also will like calm you down and
wherever I am, a divine soul. As I learn and grow, as I learn and grow, I am offering my heart to the divine soul. Who we are is who we are, and forever we are. Divine soul, as we learn and grow, as we learn and grow, we are offering our heart to the divine soul. Who I am is who I am, and forever I am a divine soul. As we learn and grow, as we learn and grow, we are offering our heart to the divine soul.
Louder? Okay. So please close your eyes. Start connecting to the beat of your heart. And let's all take 3 deep breaths. Through each of the breaths, start feeling how your heartbeat pumps in all your body through our blood, through our own water. One last deep breath. And as you release through the exhale, visualize yourself standing up from this ceremony, reaching the fire and grab one of the flowers surrounding the fire. Take it with you, collect it. When you have your flower, start walking outside the eagle's nest. Maybe you see your feet, maybe you see yourself from above. You see your hands, the flower you collected. place you have chosen for many times to go meditate. If you are new in town, maybe not will work for you. This time, this place around the lake, you have chosen to cry sometimes alone and offer the tears to Nuestra Abuela Lago. When you are ready, take a big jump and dive into the waters. Start swimming inside the lake, deep inside the waters. Dive deeper, even deeper. Don't be scared. You are protected. Mama Yemaya is with you right now. She is the sea, the deep waters, the dark waters. She is there with you. Dive deeper in. As you continue diving, offer you today as a present for being so brave going into this water. Trust her. It's bright, it's clear, it's shiny. And it's for you. It's a present, treasure. It can be called forever. Put it in your heart. Just like eyes, observe, feel, visualize, see how it melts into your heart. This beautiful crystal that you are holding in your hands. It's just as water. It takes over all of your body. You and this crystal are one. You are and this crystal are shining. You and this crystal are clear, transparent, beautiful, precious. This is what we are made of. Can you feel it? Embrace that sensation. There is no problem that can come into your life that you cannot overcome this life. Now, go to your two guardians. They are waiting for you. They are meeting you back again. They want to ride again with you, flow and swim with you. Go with them, follow them. They will take you through the waters. To the surface in a smooth way, in a very safe way, in a very gracious way. From your heart, you don't need to talk to them, connect to their hearts and greet them, embrace them. Because they will be here for you always. Whenever you need to dive through the waters, they will be there to take you and protect you. They have brought you to the surface already of this beautiful magical lake. Greet them goodbye. Maybe greet them farewell. See you soon, my dear beloved friends from all around. Gracias, thank you, adios, Mama Yolanda. Because you are the queen, my beautiful girls. You have shown me a way. Gracias, mal Dios. Thank you, Abuela Lago. Because through your powerful magic, I can go into my very own waters, deep waters, dark waters. Thank you very much. Visualize yourself in the spot you were in front of the lake when you started this meditation. Embrace the beauty of the land you walk upon. And as an offering from your heart, leave this flower you collected as a gift to the Abuela Lago. Kiss this flower, maybe whisper some words of love for her. Thank her. Thank her for everything she does for us. For all the beauty that her every single moment. Because that beauty is also our beauty. And when you are ready, start walking and come back to Eagle's Nest. Come back to your seat. Yourself by healing yourself.
Soft, very much to share the song Non, non même, je t'ai attaqué.
So is it cool, Aaron?
Oh yeah, I can't stand. Way better.
You have to like switch so low, or you have to like hug your chest.
did I miss? I missed something. There will be another one.
She doesn't want to wear it. She doesn't want to wear it. I want to just pull that like in front of her guys. That would be better. Wearing it would be better. Still have shirt. There was a couple days there. I mean, it's got to be a little bit of sound, Hello. Is there any way possible you'd be willing to allow us to capture a very good audio of this question? Why? But I can share. It can be straight out just like that. And, yeah, okay.
Wow. It's incredible.
And then who else did we
Did you take a picture of me and then just like us just talk?
More than happy.
No, I'm just
Okay. I just turned it on. And the main thing is it goes straight into my live stream.
Can you try it? Done. Done.
Yeah, this one's working now.
All right. Can you turn them off so we can save the battery? Thank you.
Test it. Wait.
Is it good?
Perfect.
Akan handle.
Alright, can we do a check 1, 2 for me?
Yeah. Is it great? One, two, three.
Like it? Test.
Nice.
Test 1, 2. Perfect. Okay.
Perfect. Amazing.
release it, there's a button just on the back, you just tap the button.
Turn it off.
You just tap the button, it turns on, you tap it again, and
Is it on top or
it's
bottom?
on top. It's on top. Right between the two things. There you go.
Do shoes usually go missing here?
Yes.
Really?
A lot of times. If they're missing, it's probably down the shoe rack. It's down like a little corridor. You're welcome.
Mon petit, il y a plein de
Kun me saame osta, siis me saame kaasa osta.
Kaamerat ei võta.
las plantas. Hombres que cuiden la tierra, mujeres que nutren las plantas. Niños que escuchan atento a la voz de su abuelo. Niños que escuchan atento a la historia de su abuelo. Y ahí vives tú con tu ser luminoso. Y ahí
Cheers. It works. My sister did 10 days water fast. I did 7 days.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I feel like I did it last September, and it was in like retreat. It was like
It was a fast retreat.
yeah, it was actually more gut like cleansing retreat. So I originally thought it was just like water fasting, but actually it was more about
Like a gut
cleansing your body.
cleanse. Yeah, wow. Where was this?
In Estonia.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice using it.
You all did breath work every day, probably?
The what?
Breath work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like exercising like 3 times a day, but like very like light.
Light, yeah. Just movement.
Yeah, movement. But
Gentle
like
movement.
they also did aqua aerobics, like and that was
That's
really
intense.
nice. But
Yeah.
in the water, you're okay.
Yeah.
I was actually very surprised because there were a lot of like I don't know when I did class in school, I had these like misconceptions that you can't exercise and stuff and all these things, but after doing that retreat, I realized actually it's good to
I think it's
do, like,
better.
stretching, do
Yeah.
yoga, like even
It's
like
the
very
life
light, like
force.
walking, yeah. So yeah, they were quite. But I kind of after that I want to do at least 1 week every year.
So good.
Excited.
It just is, it's really humbling, you know,
It's
to
so-
not be.
It's so amazing that you learn like your body needs so little.
Yeah. Yes.
It's like you realize like wow, we actually don't need much.
We don't need much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And on dimanche, 11 dimanche, 5th of March. Thank you for being in IXCHEL Festival, the water flow version in March. And thank you, Violetta, for being part of this amazing journey. We are flowing into our waters to flow our emotions and to connect. And now it's time for getting this amazing wisdom from Violetta.
Just start.
Okay. So let's say thank you so much for giving me the chance to be here and share message and my offering to the world. I have the opportunity to educate people and bring up to awareness more about what fasting is. Because there's so much misconception around the word from fasting, the way of living. So yeah, I'm here to dive into deeper and the more spiritual aspect of it. So yeah, thank you so much for being here and giving me this space. But before I continue, so please just wait for we have some minutes. If you have your papers and notes to get your notes, so it would be awesome to get some information that you share. It's very important information that you want to be part of. And I will start my water fasting as well. Yeah? Closer?
A little closer? No.
Maybe it's off. Check if it's turned on and off.
You green?
Can I check it?
Yes.
It was on.
1, 2, 3, no.
No.
Okay, so we will start and just present her, and she will guide you the talk. So open and as after she finished her talk, you have a few minutes for questions and specific questions because we will just have 15 minutes of questions. And after we will continue for the next talk with the tool. So we have a time break for the next talk. Thank you so much.
Welcome everyone. Okay. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Violeta. I'm originally from Greece, but I haven't lived there since I was 22. I'm 37 this year. So many years living outside my home country, and a big journey myself of healing and how I ended up doing what I'm doing today. And it's my service back to humanity by helping people becoming more healthy, but also getting more connected to their hearts and to clearing out the clutter on the emotional, but also the physical part of our two lessons. It's very important for me to share my personal journey with fasting and how I got to do what I do today. Because I never studied or went one day to say, oh, I'm going to do a detoxification course and I will become what I do today. I studied marketing, I did my PhD, I worked 15 years in the corporate world in London, and I was a very sick kid. I was a professional athlete in a national team of Greece for Olympic gymnastics, and grew up in a very dysfunctional family. So a lot of things happened in my childhood. And I was a very sick kid. I was always in the hospital, either because I had asthma, either because I was about to lose my left eye, chickenpox, everything. I just remember myself constantly taking medication and being in the hospital. On top of that, there is a DNA mutation that runs in my family, on my dad's lineage, that caused my dad 2 heart attacks at the age of 38. And because no one in my lineage did anything to actually cure this from the roots, it's been passed over as a percentage from generation to generation. So now when I was born with 80% of this DNA mutation, and they put me on meds until it was my decision to go off meds. So that was kind of my background of how sick my body was always. And then my days in London came, very stressful environment. I was working in a very masculine dominated industry, having a very high rank position in the company, and I was the only woman. So imagine the stressor, it was just on me constantly, making the money, being the company what it was at the time I was there. And my mental health was not at the right place. So around 29 years old, I started understanding that something is wrong. And the first bell that came into my life, it was when I had cancerous cyst in my breast, and I developed tinnitus, which is the ringing thing in the ears. I was 24/7. So I reached the point where I was going to work with these things in my ear, pressure, toxic relationship in the same office with my partner, and going to bed to have some rest, but I couldn't because of that thing in my ears. I was on Xanax for a very long time, and every doctor I went to London, they were telling me that I should learn to live with this because there is no cure. So I wanted to commit suicide. I reached so rock bottom that I just was depressed in bed. And then my partner at the time, who was 10 years older than me and very much into well-being, ayahuasca, medicine plants, and so on, it was the first time he said to me, hey, let's try Campo. Let's move away from
that Western medicine world and all these meds that you take, and we go into alternative medication. So I went to the shaman, and she looked at me and said, okay, I want to tell you one thing. Healing comes in 3. So you come back to me 3 times. This is going to go. And I was going there with a cancer patient who had prostatitis. So me and him went back to her 3 times. The first time I got so sick after Campo. For a whole week I had fever, I was in bed, I was going even worse than I was supposed to go up. In my second session, I started becoming a little better. I was like, okay, that's interesting. My third session, my tinnitus was gone completely. Things that doctors were telling me that, no, you have to learn to live that, and I had to be on Xanax every day to deal with this mental thing in my head. So that was the turning point where I realized there's something beyond us, that we have huge disconnection to understand how we can heal ourselves. And we'll be so much manipulated and blinded of how they made us grow up the last 2 to 3 generations. It's just only 2-3 generations after the worldwide wars happened that everything started getting more disconnected of what we experience today or what our ancestors were experiencing. And I started meditating, I started yoga, spiritual books, and my journey started. But in that journey, I opened the Pandora box. And in that Pandora box, it was all the emotional suppression and childhood trauma that was coming up on the surface. And I was like, oh my God, what is this going on here? Plus the stressor at work, and my mental health was going worse and worse and worse. Even though I was trying to keep my head above the waters with my practices, I was like, this is not how it's supposed to be. So I left. One day, I left my job, I left my house, and I went to Peru. And it was not my intention to do any healing there. It was just more traveling and connecting myself back to nature, because that campo session, which I kept going back for 4 years after my first session, to boost my immune system, to get that clarity, was part of my practices. I decided to go 2 weeks to Peru before I go back to London to find a new job. The 2 weeks to Peru became 5 months in South America and a whole year around the world. And then the more I was connecting and being close to nature and the water, the more I was becoming better in my mind, without even doing much of practices, just hiking all Patagonia, all Argentina, all Bolivia, Chile, wherever you can imagine, wherever was a mountain, I was just hiking. Wherever it was water, I was just sitting next to it. And there was a place in Uruguay, no water, no electricity. Cabo Polonio. I went there for 1 night, and I stayed for a month and a half. Literally water from the well and candles at night. And that was the point that really something shifted inside me I didn't understand what it was, but I was very much connected to water on that moment. My beach walls, as I was going up and down, I was like, I don't understand it why, but it's something that I can't explain it right now in this moment of my life. So then I decided, I went to Australia, I went back to Europe, bouncing around different countries, and I was heading to Lake Atitlan for April 2020. But the world had other plans. And as I landed in Cancun, I was making down my way by land, I got stuck in Tulum. Another vortex. And I want to say to those who do not live here and you haven't experienced the energies of this lake for more than 2 weeks, you are very blessed to be here, because this place and this water and this womb makes you so much comfortable to dive into the deep waters of our emotions. And I can tell that from my experience. I've been here almost since last July. I lived also in Tulum for 2 years because I got stuck there on my way here. I never made it back home. I never had access to my belongings. I just disappeared one day. And my time in Tulum, intuitively, I still had my tablets with me for my DNA mutation that was keeping me away from a heart attack, because I was already 33, 34, and my dad was having his heart attacks at 38. Intuitively, I was like, do you know what? I have this Kangen machine here, which I shifted from London. I should start fasting. there's something in the water, I can't explain it. And I'm still going into Temazcal, ceremonial Temazcals in Mexico. And there was always something that in the water, which back then I didn't have the knowledge or the wisdom to understand what it was. And I started fasting. And when I started fasting, I was like, do I need to prove something to myself, or where this is going to lead me? And I remember my shaman said, healing comes in threes. So I said, I'm going to start September 2020 to fast every moon, every new moon, and every full moon for 3 days, because that was the safest. When you go above 3 days, it gets more complicated with toxins that get released in your body, and it's better to have doctor supervision in case that something goes wrong. If you're seriously sick with a serious condition or disease. So I said, I'm going to do the safe one, 3 days, for 3 months. By December full moon, my DNA mutation, my asthma, my moon, my varicose veins, my face, my skin, everything has changed completely. It was nowhere to be seen. This DNA mutation that my whole lineage suffered, it was nowhere to be seen. I did blood, I did DNA. There's a specific test that you do to go even deeper than a blood test to understand if the DNA mutation is still there or not. And I did bioresonance as well, nowhere. And I was fascinated. I was like, wow, how powerful that is for my body. And in that moment, I was like, I need to keep going with that, because there is something bigger that I can't explain it right now, but I will find the way, I will find the answers. And I kept going. So it's been now 20 months. I've been fasting every moon, every new moon, and every full moon. And the journey has been not just, it's been beyond any expectations of the person I've become today. And what I'm going to share is not so much on the physical body anymore. Through my journey, the physical body and what you can heal here is 20% of the spiritual practice of water fasting. 80% comes on the energetic and emotional, and how much you can clear out of your space and who actually you are becoming. You're clearing out to become your true essence through water fasting. And that's the reason why it's been called an ancient spiritual practice. It's a practice that gets you somewhere, the same way as meditation. You do meditation one day, nothing will ever happen. You need to keep going back to your practice. You need to go back to your yoga. You need to go back to your breath work. Fasting is exactly the same thing. You need to go back to your practice to get the benefits of what water fasting can give you on the spiritual aspect of this. And so, obviously, the journey in the beginning is hard, but there is a point that you flip the coin, and it becomes your ally. Your body and your soul is your safe place. You want to go into that fasting, because that's where you see clearly, you hear clearly, and only in solitude and fasting, detaching yourself from toxins and food, you can only see what is beneath, to bring it up to your awareness, clearing out, and find what is that is true answers, who you really are. Moving forward, what I would like to separate this workshop is touch first the physical body and on the water fasting aspect. Then I'm going to move on in the spiritual side of it. Then I'm going to go into the water science and why water. Specifically, we need to understand the different types of water. And then I'm going to share about how I'm doing the fast as a program, so you can also do it yourself or join programs that exist out there, or my program, why not? So on the physical body, what happens is everything is interconnected. Your physical body and your emotional, energetic body, they're going like this. Everything that sits on the energetic body and you have not been paying attention, emotional suppression, trauma, past life, things that coming and get activated through karma in this lifetime, everything sits there. If you don't pay attention to things outside the physical body, well, physical body is what you see, is the tangible. And the harder is to understand this thing that you don't see. But if it stays there and you do nothing about it, your psyche has no other way to communicate with you than getting manifested in your physical body and tell you, well, now you have taken it way too far, I have no other way to tell you, wake up. And it gets manifested. And I will give you a very short example of how things get manifested through my own examples and experiences, and a long one. A short one I had that happened about a month ago to myself is a friendship was falling out, and that person did not give me the opportunity to speak, close the door, and I was feeling so suffocated of my own words, like I really want to speak, but I didn't have the way to speak to her. And that lasted about maybe 2-3 days. On my third day, when I was feeling so suffocated about that, I get a massive blister inside of my cheek here. And that was for me, for my own psyche to tell me, hey, your words now exploding into your mouth. Let it go. It's gone. Like, transmute what you have, you're holding there, because that's my message. That's how I communicate with my psyche if I'm taking it way too far. So all I had to do on the moment, I was like, okay, what am I doing here now? I really need to let it go. You can't hold on something that is not for you. You have to transmute it. And transmutation is the biggest thing that we should learn how to transmute our emotions and then let them go. So if you're trying to do let go before you transmute, you're hitting the wall, because you need to transmute first. Otherwise, if not, they're going to be there banging on your shoulder on the side. So that was just a short example of how things very fast manifested in your body. And a very long example, again, through my own experience and story of healing, is when I was 14, like I said, I was a professional athlete, something really bad happened, and I didn't speak. It was an accumulation of events over 2 years, and then it exploded. Something happened really traumatic for my 14 years old self, that I went back home and I didn't speak to anybody about it. My parents were asking what happened. I was like, nothing, not even And so what happened, I developed asthma and varicose veins, and how that works over the years. Because I never spoke, I never released that so much traumatic thing that I hold it inside me. I was suppressing things down. And what that means, your asthma is I can't breathe, because my emotional suppression was pushing everything down. And the second condition I developed with the varicose veins is exactly the same. My emotional trauma and suppression on the moment was pushing everything down. The blood pressure, the valves on the legs, they're sitting like this, and to control the speed of the blood going down. But my blood speed was going faster because of my emotional suppression, so the blood was going this and the valve going like that. But this was developed when I was 18, 19. My veins, like the back of my legs were terrible, like this, popping out, to the point that I had a doctor reaching out to me on the beach in Greece, and he looked at my legs and was like, girl, you need to sort this out. It's very, I was like, oh, I don't know what he's talking about. Back then, of course, I didn't understand. But this is how a long emotional suppression sits around and you're not doing anything, gets manifested in your body. Cancer is the same. Every single condition in your body starts from your psyche, from your emotional and energetic body. Then what we have is the physical body itself, is the environment that you give to your body to walk and align with your emotional and energetic body. And this is the toxins. This is where you keep your temple clean. So no matter how much psychology you go, or medicine plans, or you releasing these suppressions, if your body is not clean, it's not your align. It's dirty. And your frequency, what you emit out of your cells, is vibrating loud though. And you're going to be resonating with drama, or you're going to be resonating with people that are holding the same frequency and vibration. And that's how those two work together. So when you remove toxins and when you remove metabolic waste from your body, and your body is not acidic anymore, and it's more alkaline state, in an alkaline state, viruses, pathogenics, parasites cannot survive. So it's not that the cancer attacked you. It's not that the virus, oh my God, I got a virus. No, I was not keeping my temple clean. And these things is a perfect environment for this to flourish. So it's two things that will, like with water fasting, with targeting, is first to remove as much as we can all this toxicity, and especially nowadays, like the 300,000 years of the humankind existence as human beings, that we have cells and DNA. The last 100 years, that this environmental toxicity exists is a blink of an eye. So your cells and your DNA had not yet know or managed to metabolize, to know how to metabolize or adjust to these rapid changes in your body. So all it happens, they don't have the time to do so. All it happens, all these metabolic waste and toxins stored between tissues, neurons, vital organs, and create the perfect environment for these things to flourish in your body. That's it from the physical side of what happens on the water fast. How the water fast helps in the physical body, it's two things. One, we have the free radicals, and then we have metabolic waste, all these toxins that have been stored. How those two, when they're both on positive, we have acidic environment in the body. To bring those two from positive to minor, to low, you need first to understand what free radicals is in the body, which is the root cause of any disease. So the free radical, how we made up of atoms. It's an atom that sits like this with pairs of electrons around it. And that's why we are electricity. That our bare form of our creation is this atom. This atom bonded together with another atom creates a cell. And then you have a cell. And then bonded the cell together with another cell, you create skin, herbs, organs, whatever you see as a human body. So that bare form is the atom with a pair of electrons because of environmental toxicity, bad water, processed food, and stress. The atoms, these electrons, leave from the atom, and the atom is not stable anymore. So it moves like this, becomes free radical, and is trying to steal up the electrons from a nearby atom. And a movement like this starts happening in the body that's called oxidative stress. The more oxidative stress you have in your body, the more flourishing everything will be, like parasites, viruses, and all these things. So one aspect is that. How can we eliminate from positive ORAP levels, oxidative reduction potential, which is this free radical movement in your body, to more negative, is with the phenomenon that happens in the universe. Everything that exists in the universe, go for it if technology has replicated. If it doesn't exist in the universe, do not trust the technology. It has to be something that exists in the universe. So when a lightning hits the water, when we have storms, and the lightning hits the water splits into two ponds. We have H2O, which is the form of water, and it splits into two forms, hydrogen, 2, and oxygen. When you drink this pond of hydrogen, what you do to your body is activating the natural antioxidants in the body and donating extra electrons to the atoms that are not stable. And there is a machine, these 4 ionizers that exist in the market, and the kind that I was so grateful that I had it before I started my journey with fasting, but I didn't know how much it does. I found out later through my healing journey. It does exactly that thing. It does, the water goes through electrolysis with titanium and platinum plates, and then it gives you hydrogen, and you drink that hydrogen, and you put it in your body. And you create from positive ORAP levels down to negative. In a negative environment, nothing survives. Fizzy drinks, they have very high positive ORAP levels. They create oxidative stress in your body. Even water, how you call the water? A good stagnant. Sparkling water. Stay away. Any sparkling water has so much positive ORAP levels that create more oxidative stress in your body. So that's one thing. Obviously, antioxidants from fruits and vegetables. But again, the way that they're breaking down in your body is different. And how many antioxidants you're going to be receiving, it depends of how much alkaline your body is and how many antioxidants been left in your food after cooking it. Parenthesis, if you're cooking your veggies with reverse osmosis, for example, filtration system that takes out all the minerals, you're destroying 80% of the nutrients in your food. So what you ended up eating, nothing, just food, and then you poop it out. So one category is this, and then with fasting on the second is the metabolic waste and toxins. How to remove, how we've been made up as human beings to remove toxins on a daily basis is through minerals. So what does it mean, alkaline water? Does anybody know what alkaline water means as a word?
pH between 9.5 and 11.
But what does that actually mean? What does it consist?
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen is the form of water, hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we made up as human beings to receive the biggest amount of minerals through water. And those minerals, potassium, magnesium, sodium, are the ones that are helping you on a daily basis for this body, which is the most intelligent thing that we have on earth, to detoxify on a daily basis and remove toxins and metabolic waste. What is our waters nowadays? Polluted. Where do we get our minerals? From nowhere. And that's why we're having all these diseases. And people do not even understand why they get inflammation in the bodies, because the body needs minerals on a daily basis to detoxify. And if your minerals do not get in from water or your food, then your own body is leaching the minerals from vital organs and tissue and neurons to help that process. And then we have inflammation, and then we have IBS in the stomach. And people say, oh, I have digestive issues, oh, this and that. Well, that's the root cause. It's your minerals, it's your water. And then we stock cupboards with supplements and all these expensive things. And one thing that the most important element that gives us life and keep us clean is the water. We don't give a fuck. Everything starts from there. And another thing I want to share about the water itself is that there is because I mentioned the electrons, there is a constant exchange of electrons that you do not see between air, earth, and water and yourself, because you are electrons. If this water is polluted, you get affected. You don't need to drink it. By surrounding yourself by this polluted water, you're getting affected by the low vibration of this water. And when the water is alive, it comes with flakes that is open, and that's why we say it's alive. It has memory. It's vivid. So when it's polluted, those flakes, when the water gets, when you got the snow under the microscope, you see all these different flakes that they are unique. Then you can't find identical flakes. So the water is so alive and has memory. It flows around rivers with the flakes open. But when it gets polluted, those flakes go like this. And it's not alive anymore, it's dead. And when you surround yourself by this water, then you get polluted as well. Your vibration, your energetic field around you gets polluted. Imagine now putting it into your body. You are 70% water in a volumetrically level. On a molecular level, you are 99.9% water. So when you're putting and polluting water into your body, or you don't understand what you're putting into your body with the water, you are polluting your own waters. And what happens is, the water has memory. If one molecule of the water is pollutant, it pollutes the other molecules around. And the same happens with our lakes here, our energetic field around us, and the waters inside us. They are polluted, they're not clean. And that's how the water fasting on the physical body is taking place, and it helps us keep your temple clean. The more you keep your temple clean, the more you have everything around you as an ally to you. So that's on the physical. Another thing I want to point out is by reducing those two, metabolic waste, regular fasting, and understanding that you need to drink water that has minerals in it, magnesium, potassium, sodium, magnesium sulfate. Magnesium has different types. So if your water is lacking in minerals, you need to add magnesium sulfate. Epsom salt is the sodium. Potassium, I don't really add it so much because you don't really need extra potassium in your body if you don't have deficiency on that. And I mean, everybody loves bananas in a way, so we get enough potassium from that. And avocados. So by doing regular fasting, you eliminate the metabolic waste, you're giving a break to your cells really thanking you. Imagine that have not adapted to know how to metabolize this metabolic waste that's been stored in your body. So when you go into a fast, your body's like, yes. You don't feel it in the moment because you suffer in a way, but your body is thanking you. It's a gift. It's a gift that you can give. And then obviously, like I said, the free radicals, as much as you can, antioxidants, so you understand why everybody's talking about antioxidants, is these electrons that you need to give to your body. So when you keep your temple clean, and your temple is always the best environment for yourself to, that soul to reside in there, then we're moving to the more spiritual side of fasting. And so what happens is through my journey, I healed myself in 3 months' time, and I kept going. I was like, amazing. My face changed. I had wrinkles on my cheeks. I don't have wrinkles anymore. My face had been puffing up. My skin becoming better. My friends were like, oh, what's going on? What are you doing? Well, I don't know. I keep going. I'll go somewhere with that. But what I started realizing on the 4th, 5th month of fasting, and I'm not saying that everybody should resonate with the same way that spiritual practice speaks to me. It just spoke to me, and I went for it. But there's, you can incorporate in your life as 4 times a year, or maybe once every 2 months. On the 4th and 5th month, around that time, I'm pretty sure everybody knows about Joe Dispenza and his meditations, where he's like, feel it. You don't know how it is, just bring it in your mind and feel it strongly, and bring this vibration of how it is to feel abundant, how it is to feel love. And you're struggling, it's like, yes, I feel it, it's there. I woke up one morning and I was like, after 4 days fasting on water, it's like, am I in love with the flower, the tree? Like, what the fuck is going on in my life right now? It's like, I'm feeling love for everything. My life is abundant. And I didn't even going through my conscious mind to feel that. It was just there. I was just experiencing it naturally. I was like, what have I done with this fasting? Like, what am I getting me with it? So what happens is, every time you fast, your cell holds on the outer cell the vibration, on the tissue of the cell, the vibration and the frequency of the emotional suppression and the trauma. It's been sitting on your cell. Every time you fast, on a cellular level, because on the fasting it goes like this as a pyramid. Down here, you need first to clean your colon. Once you clean your colon, you move on to toxins, metabolic waste. And the bigger platform here is the cells. So you move like this on the fasting, on how you clear out your body. So when you are here and you start fasting, and actually now you clear out your colon, you clear out the toxins from your body, you're reaching into actually clearing out the cells itself. And in that moment, every time you fast, a layer of that tissue wears off, which means emotional suppression and trauma wears off. And by regularly fasting, you get to a point that you are not associated with this emotional suppression or anger or rage or whatever is there anymore. It's just not there. You're like, oh, how come I don't have this feeling towards that anymore? It's just not there. And you don't really need to make sense of everything. It just happens in your conscious mind, or it's like an iceberg. Your conscious is so little up there, and your subconscious is so big, you don't even know how much we carry down there, and we carry with us. But fasting helps you make that connection of yourself to your surroundings, elevating your vibration. You're not vibrating there anymore. You're elevating your spirit. You're elevating your frequency. And what happens is a domino effect. Your thoughts will become more clear. You have more clarity. The clutter is out of your way. And as a domino effect, your emotions become better. And then you see some people will leave from your life because you don't resonate with them anymore. And some other people, much more higher frequencies people, will be like, oh, I actually resonate with you now. What have you done? Well, I'm just changing my frequency. I'm just going higher and higher. And how can you keep it up there after a fast? So fast now, and how I experience it, it's an umbrella. It's a lifestyle. It's not one thing. Properly doing fasting, it needs you to have good water, clean food, meditation, breath work, being active. All that bullshit about not doing anything when fasting is don't believe it. You have to stay active. You have to look after it. So fasting, it's a lifestyle. It's not just one thing, I'm going to do my fasting now to clear out my body, and then I'm going to go back to my garbage things that I've been doing. And through my experience and my journey, that's how I can put it out to the world and say, this is how it sits. And you're taking care of all these little legs underneath this umbrella that is called water fasting, and how you help your body. On the spiritual aspect, also what happens is, the more you have toxins and the more we are disconnected from our world around us, and we're more in our rational mind, what happens, the more you fast, that veil that connects your heart to your surroundings, and you speak that same energy and the same language, becomes thinner and thinner and thinner. So your heart is your primal brain. It has the same amount of neurons as your actual brain. But if you are connected to your heart overrides your brain. So you're not operating from a rational mind anymore. You open up your heart, and your intuition becomes really strong to understand where these decisions and choices in life coming from the heart space, where you need to clear out the clutter. The emotional clutter, the emotional suppression, the trauma, the toxicity in this body. And then the more you do that, you're more connected to this space and not to this space. To my also experience with fasting is that the person I am today, I was not the same person last year at all. I was very controlling person in my life in London, super control freak, OCD, nothing like today. But through fasting and through learning, water holds wisdom, it's medicine. Because the more I was fasting, the more I was letting and surrendering to what is there that water is teaching us, how much you can just go deeper and deeper in those emotions. And you flow in life. It's easier to have the attachments of even your own emotions. They flow through you much faster. They're not sticking on you. So the transmutation I was talking earlier comes in place the more you fast. It's a practice how to do it. So water taught me how to flow, flexibility, and no matter how many obstacles you have in front of you, you will always go around them and you will find your way. That was the biggest thing I learned through the fasting itself, no matter and how I navigate my life right now, but also the amount of healing on my childhood trauma with years of abuse, and which I'm now super okay to express it because I'm not associated with this anymore. It's gone, it's healed. Before I couldn't even put it in my mouth, in my lips, because it was just there still. But I managed to move through all that and find my healing through fasting. This regular practice of every moon, sticking to that, and no matter what, I knew deep down to my heart that it's healing. It takes me somewhere. The other thing I also want to share is when we're fasting, it's very important to incorporate other modalities to help you through the journey. And that what I mean is, of course, your water, of course, your minerals, but we have detoxifying practices. For example, on your body, you have the lymphatic pathways where all the toxicity moves through your body. So when you're fasting, it's very important to help those pathways with lymphatic massage, with Temazcal. Because Temazcal, what it does, or sweat loads, it brings out the toxicity through your pores, and the pathways get unblocked to move more toxins inside your body through your pee and your poo. Breath work. Every time we breathe out, especially inside the Temazcal and the sweat loads, you're breathing out your emotional suppression and trauma. So if you connect on your Temazcal with what you're holding on there, and you take deep breaths, the moment the body is releasing the toxicity and emotional suppression from your pores, the same way your breath will release toxins and emotional suppression. Those two elements, your breath and your water, will help you constantly removing toxins from your body. Nothing else. And it's the most two things that we're taking it for granted, and we're not paying attention to that. Ice baths. Help yourself when you do water fast with ice baths. Ice baths are very, the biggest teachers on helping you understand how much your mind is over controlling you. Go into the ice bath, and if you last more than 2 minutes, you're in a good place. Because in that moment, the 2 minutes is the threshold where it will tell you how much you are in your mind in your life, and how much more meditation you need in your life. And then also it gives you, beyond the 2 minutes, it gives you more relaxation, more, you go more into within. And this is, beyond 2 minutes, it becomes meditation itself. It's the moment where you go here and you go inwards. So all these little modalities, like also colonics, so important in water fast to do colonics. If you have never removed your poo entire from big and small intestines from here, it creates so much mucus. Mucus is toxicity, and your excuse me, your healthy gut and your healthy colon will direct and tell you how much your brain is healthy. There is an axis from here to here. They are very much interconnected. If this is not healthy down here and it's so much dirty, your mind will be dirty, and you're going to be going into those loops constantly. And people do not even understand how this works here. Well, it works as a holistic. It's so big and so important for all these, excuse me, I need to cough. For all these modalities to be incorporated now in our lifestyle. Yeah, of course.
So, was it difficult for you to go on 3 days fasting? Like, do you have like dizziness?
Yeah.
Your head spinning, and you're saying to continue doing those practices? Because I tried fasting myself, and for me, my head starts to spin in the evening, basically, and I cannot really possibly imagine how I can even, like, my body is protesting this, and I was just curious, were you facing this, how you were going this, like, this is basically alright, but yeah, how were you going?
So it is, yes, and especially for me on my journey when I started fasting and I was still socializing. I didn't join any program or anything like that. I just did it myself. So imagine like going out and have to be around food and socialize, be busy, and you sticking to your discipline there, like being like, no, that's what I'm doing. So the dizziness, the sleepless nights is detoxification symptom. The more toxins you have in your body, the first times you fast, the more you struggle. The more drugs, the more alcohol, the more you have never detoxified in your life, your first fast will be hard. Your body detoxifies. So all these symptoms that you feel, it's not that something bad happens to your body. It's actually your body detoxifying. The dizziness, it's only because your blood pressure, if you are on low blood pressure, sometimes you feel like you want to hold yourself to stand up, or you feel like these little stars. It's okay. Some people freak out on that, and it's like, oh my God, I need to break my fast, I'm going to fade. No, you're not fading. You just need to help yourself because you are more weak than other people on your blood pressure, and you just keep going. Or just, and also what happens is people say, don't move, stay in bed like for the entire time of fasting. Well, it doesn't work like that because you dwell into this lethargic feeling of, I don't feel anything, I need to lie down. No, snap out of it. Get up, move. Your movement is your ally to actually keep you going. So yeah, it's absolutely normal in the beginning, for sure, but at the same time, it's very important to understand how to support yourself on the fast itself. And this is your water, this is the mineral that you should be taking during the fast, the most like what you intake, and to understand before you go into fast what deficiencies you have already. Deficiencies. Not only on minerals, but vitamins or whatever is that. The way I work on my retreats, I always send to people for bioresonance before, so we know exactly what is in your body. Some people have underlying issues with kidneys and liver and have no idea. Second day fasting, it kicks out. vomiting and all this like weird stuff, which we navigated together with these people of how we're going to move or take them out of the fast and put them in a different program. But it's very good also to know these things on your body. I lost a little bit my train of thoughts of what I was saying earlier before we on the different modalities of how important it is, and that's why when I use my Kangen machine, for example, they say, "Oh, you don't go anywhere with without your Kangen." I was like, "It's not my Kangen, it's my lifestyle. How I operate in life, how I look after what water I drink, what I eat, where I am around. It's my lifestyle." So, and I was in Tulum. I had my last retreat in January, and then 2 days later I left and went to Tulum. And I didn't have my Kangen machine here, there. And so it was the first time, because I've been drinking this water, really good water. It doesn't only to be Kangen, any spring water with minerals is really good for fast and for helping your body. But when you are here, you feel good today, right? Everybody feels good. You're here. When you start meditating, you're here, right? Do you all meditate? In the beginning of your journey, when you start meditating, you were here, right? And then you saw an acceleration of things on your meditation journey. You were like, wow, I feel more calm, wow. And then there was a plateau. I was like, oh, I don't feel it. Do I go any further out? Of course you do. You're just used to this plateau now. You forgot that you were down here. When your body, when you learn and you used to operate down here, but you never experience how it is to be up here, you feel good. You every day, I'm okay. But you've never been here to know what it means to be bad. So it was the first time in my life I went to Tulum, and there is no water. I didn't have filtration system in the tap. There is no spring water in Tulum. There is only this plastic garrafon, dead water, no minerals. And I started drinking coconut water. 2 weeks later, I was like, agitation, anger, hydration, headaches, intense headaches. I was like, oh, this is my symptoms. Like, I go from here that I used to operate my body. I'm derailing. I'm going down and down and down. And I feel it because now I'm like dehydrated as fuck. Like, I feel it in my body. I don't detoxify. I'm bloated. My belly was there. No matter what I was eating, my belly was there. And then at some point, that lasted about 10 days, where the body needs time to adjust. So it goes from there to here. And then for those 10 days, I suffered big time. And then I went down here. And in that down here, I was like, oh, I feel good again. Because my body adjusted. And that scale going down, 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 I was here because I stayed there for 6 weeks. So I had enough time to go down the hill. And then in that down the hill, I was like, maybe 2 weeks before I left, I was like, actually I feel really good. I haven't done anything different. I'm still drinking this coconut water that I'm sick of. And I can't drink it anymore because of the sugar in it. But I felt good. No headaches, nothing at all. And that was for me, from my own experience and my own journey, to understand that people feel good. But I have never experienced how it feels to be there. And that's what fasting will help you to get to, with removing toxins, with looking after your emotional suppression, your trauma, and sticking to your practices and making it a lifestyle. So that was an example that I very recently experienced. Hey? I have only 2 minutes. Okay. There's so much more I have in mind that I want to share. It's endless. I can speak for hours and hours and giving even more and more and more. I don't even remember now what I have shared and no, I haven't. On my retreats, I have 2 hours workshop in the beginning, and people like really getting all the knowledge and everything they were gonna go through. The first, another thing I wanna, very quickly on the water. The different types of water. We have the bottled waters, stay away. This water has gone through filtration system. It's just tap water that companies using, taking out all the minerals and then they're placing to you with nothing. It's the bare form of H2O that has nothing in it. So the more you drink that water, the more you're suffering your body. And if you ever have a water fast on this water, all you're gonna do, 3 days suffer, intense headaches, dehydration in an intense as fuck way, and inflammation in your organs. And if you drink that water every day, then it will affect you on a daily basis anyway. Stay away from fizzy drinks for the ORP levels of them. Stay as close as you can to spring water in a glass. Stay away from anything that is plastic. Like I said earlier, the water has memory. It picks up the vibration of the bottle that is plastic. It has traveled through containers, through dirty pipes, and it has picked up the vibration. The best case and what you can do is to put a filtration system in your house. I'm not talking about the ionizer and the Kangen machine that gives you hydrogen. It's just pure filtration system under your sink. The tap water that comes from the ground has minerals. All you need to do is just to take out the contaminants, odor, fluoride, chloride in the cities and all these things. And then you've been left with really good water, really good pH water. pH of water means, in that scale, the more minerals, the higher the pH. So when they give you in the supermarket 8.5 alkaline water, stay away. Because what they do, they put sodium, not even magnesium because it's very expensive. They raise the pH and then they give it to you as alkaline water. Because the water, what the companies do, they need first to go through filtration to get out the contaminants. This filtration system they're using are very strong. They don't really care. New technologies, they care, but in the majority of how we've been operating for 20, 30 years, they didn't have that knowledge before. They only care to just remove the contaminants so people don't get sick. So the best solution you have is to get the filtration system and take it with you wherever you go. I do the same. I brought my filtration system from Mexico to Guatemala, and I'm moving away in June. I'm taking it with me wherever I go. I know it's a commitment, but what else can you do? Or go and fill up your water bottles from places that have filtration systems, like Eagle's Nest. Of course, don't come here every day, and with your garrafones. Do water lemon in the mornings. And if you don't have access to good water, buy some magnesium sulfate and Epsom salt. Create your own electrolyte drink, but that is not for long term. This is for short term, just only because you are in between and you want some good water. I will stop here so I can open space for questions. Yes.
Yes, you mentioned the Epsom salts. I've only ever consumed Epsom salt during the hepatic cleanse.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, like you said, I didn't get it fully. When would you use the Epsom salt for water? Like during the water fast, like to make it with more sodium? Or
If you, on your daily, not on a water fast. On a water fast, you only go ahead if you have access to spring water or filtered water under your sink or Kangen water, like whatever you have there. But on your daily basis, if you're in a place that you have to drink bottled water that has no minerals, add a little bit, have a capsule of magnesium and have a little bit of sodium, like Epsom salt, in your glass to get the daily, yes, exactly, to get your daily support that your body needs to keep detoxifying on a daily basis through your poo and pee. So that's a short solution. And do not do this for long term because it's synthetic and you're just creating more toxicity in your body. You just need to get this out. Yeah. Himalayan salt is not Epsom salt. It has different structure. It's for cooking. Try to find organic Epsom salt specifically. No, it's different structure as well. It's only Epsom salt, the one that it gives you. It's exactly the same minerals that the water has from its natural form. That's something, there you go, because there are so many information that so what happens is every cycle, the moon goes up and down, right? And the same happens with the oceans. That's why we have the tides, because the gravitational pull of the moon energetically affects the waters. The same exactly thing happens in our bodies with our fluids. So when the moons are on the peaks, the body fluids and your emotions moving faster and more easily. So when you fast and you want to remove out toxins and through your lymphatic pathways, it's easier for this movement to happen when we have new moon and full moon. And when you want to work on your emotions, they will be coming up on the surface much, not faster or quicker, but they will be there more noticeable on the full moons. On the full moons are more intense than the new moons. If you do a fast outside the moons, the peaks, it's much easier. Maybe, for example, if you would like to start and see how it goes, choose 3 days outside the moons, the peaks, so it's easier on you. Again, with the support of good water, minerals, fulvic acid. I'm a big fan of fulvic acid. That's the, it's 70 plus minerals extracted from the soil organically. And what they help to do is to bring your body from more acidic to more alkaline state on a daily basis and remove heavy metals from your brain. And a big thing also is the parasites. So because I really want to tap on this quickly because we suffer in these countries here. So parasites come with contaminated water. So when you go to restaurants and you order salad, you don't know what water they're using or how clean it is. And that's how you get the parasites in these countries, especially Central America and South America. So the parasites move and get fed by your acidic body and your emotions. 80% from your emotions and 20% from your acidic body. So the moment, the moment you remove parasites from your body, you not having so many mood swings and not understanding why you're feeling that way. So the more you're vibrating low, the parasites more getting fitted and more going crazy in bananas. And they crave a lot. They crave gluten, pizza, pasta, sugar, glucose, all these things. They love it. Fulvic acid, it was the only one that I managed to make the parasites dormant. Fulvic acid. Fulvic acid. So what happens is all these remedies with teas and stuff to get rid of parasites, what it happens, they make them dormant for the length you're drinking the teas. But if your body is acidic and you haven't changed the acidity of your body, the parasites are going to wake up again the moment you are off the teas. So what you need to do is to make them dormant and then excrete them. How do you excrete them? Water fasting and colonics. I had 4 big ones coming out of my body. I suffered big time in Mexico with parasites. I put 10 kilos on. I had mood swings while my journey with fasting and all these things. And with fulvic acid 6 months ago, I managed to make them dormant. And with constant enemas and colonics on my fast, I excreted them. And I haven't felt like, with the fulvic acid in 2 weeks' time, I felt instantly the change in my emotions, in my cravings. I haven't had a pizza for maybe a month and a half. I don't crave these things anymore because this is parasites craving. It's not you craving these things. So fulvic acid is my #1 ally for parasites. And then water fast to alkaline your body, keep it in that like bright, beautiful environment, and excrete with water fast as much as you can. So it comes in powder or in capsules. I prefer the powder if you manage to find one. It's very hard to bring it here. I bring it from Canada and the States. The powder I prefer it because you put the tip of the teaspoon on your water and you see it like diluting and becomes black. It's a black powder. You can do foot baths. I had a parasite coming out of my foot once. You need to make it really hot water so your skin becomes super, super soft and thin. And I had one coming out from here and I had a hole afterwards. And you see like a jelly thing like coming out. We are, all of us have parasites in our bodies. All of us. And so yeah, and then you can do also face mask. I don't really prefer that because some people are very sensitive with their skin. But all the capsule. You just take 1 capsule in the morning. You just, yeah, the powder is to put it in the water. The capsule is just to swallow. Yeah. It's a journey, like for me to feel that this was completely out of my body. And also my heavy metals. I had a lot of heavy metals from jabs and all the meds that I've taken in my life. I have zero heavy metals in my brain anymore after 4 months taking fulvic acid.
The folic acid, should I take that and then be near a restroom? Like, how is it going to go through?
Oh, it doesn't affect you at all.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I was like,
So what it does is the same thing as Shilajit. So the difference between fulvic acid and Shilajit is that Shilajit tastes horrible and it's minerals extracted from rocks, where fulvic acid is minerals extracted from the ground, from the soil. They do the same thing. They are binders in the body. So what they do, they go around your body and they're taking these heavy metals and things out of your body, and then you poop it normally, eventually. Yeah. Do we have more questions? No, I wanted to say 2 things, apart from getting this lake clean, and we're trying our best. On March 22nd is the World Water Day, and if you are around at the lake, we're creating an event at Gaia Temple. All facilitators, it's a day retreat event with meditations in the morning, sound healing, breath work, yoga, Reiki, tarot, 6 hours deep state with different artists, all facilitators coming together as a community voluntarily. No one is getting paid, and 100% of the money going all to Water for Life to give eco filters to local families to have access to clean water for these kids here to grow up in a healthier way. So we do this. If you're around, please come and join us. And I'm having myself another retreat in April, a water fasting retreat here at the lake at the Hermitage. Whoever would like to join the journey with me and guide you and help you in that and show you how to properly do it, and then you can take all the tools and the knowledge to go by yourself, by all means, join me. Yeah, that's it for now. There's so much more, honestly, especially on the spiritual aspect of things. But yeah, let's make a pause here. Thank you. Thank you. And now I'm going to give the microphone to Andrea to tell us more about the lake.
Thank you so much.
I don't know why I'm stuck.
maybe a 3-minute bathroom break. Okay, I don't want to miss the next.
Okay, we have a 5 minutes break for the next other talk, the last talk for today. And it's coming with our beautiful Andrea Castillo. She will talk about tool and the plantation to clean our waters in the Lake Atitlan. So let's get ready soon.
Voy a probar esto. Hola, amor. How's it going? Happy to, very happy.
Hola. Ay, tengo este. Saludos. ¿Cómo estás? Sí, voy a hablar del tour. El tener la planta que he estado en como campañas para sembrar.
Ah, sí, ¿para qué? Para limpiar, ¿no? Eso.
Sí, tuve un poco de eso y aquí. Ah, perfecto. I'm going to talk about the planting tool to clean the lake.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, what is it?
The tool is that aquatic plant that we can see over there. It's like thin and slim.
Really?
You see the two boats, like the blue one? Ah, the boats over there?
Yeah.
So those are like little hairs, like grass, but it grows on the water.
Ah, wow.
And it's very like a reforest. When you reforest the land, it's like adding a very beneficial plant to the water.
It's cleaning the water?
Yes, it cleans the water naturally.
Oh my god. You're really involved in it?
Like I've been like in the last 2 years, like volunteering to plant it.
Oh, nice job.
Nice job.
Yes, got it.
It's
I want
very
to
fun.
volunteer.
It's very fun to plant it.
Yeah.
Because just the charla and I'll get your contacts and I invite you because that's the idea that we create like a group today.
What's your name?
Andrea.
Chikari.
Chikaye?
Like Chikari. Yeah. California.
California.
You're here?
I'm from here. Yes.
Beautiful.
Joining this. Se escucha el micrófono, ¿sí? Más arriba, aquí está perfecto. ¿Sí? Bueno, voy a empezar porque sé que el día es largo y que vienen. My name is Andrea. I'm Guatemalan and I've been living in the lake the last 7 years. And since that time, I've been involved in different activities, and that's how I end up in the tool plantation. And Jadeli invited me to come here to talk about it, about the process, about the benefits of that. And as Violeta said, how important, I was like not aware of how important it is to have clean water, not just to drink, but around. And she's right, this lake is being polluted like in different ways, different ways. I've been working also in environmental activities here. I do environmental studies, and I did environmental study of this place and many other places around the lake. And I can see the human impact in this area just by living is big. So most of the pollution in the lake comes from, not just for us, but fertilizing, soaps, all the chemicals, because here everything used to be organic, and so even the throw garbage was organic garbage, fruits and everything. Then plastic came, and then it becomes, it breaks the cycle. So with that being said, the lake is receiving things that it was not used to receive. So there are And as everything in life, it balances naturally. So it's like a miracle that this lake can clean and heal itself with not need from us. It can do it. But we do give some help to the lake by this tul plantation. So the tul is this thin aquatic plant. It's like a grass. It grows in the lake. It's a natural from this area, from sweet water, and it grows very fast. So it's a very nice plant that oxygens the water. So the tul itself, it has very nice roots. It holds itself on the sand, and then it brings oxygen. So the tul itself, it's pure oxygen. It also transmutes the phosphorus and nitrogen and other nutrients, because at the end, pollution comes like nutrients to the lake. So it's not bad to add nutrients to the lake, but in a big amount, it is too much. So the same as our body fluids goes to the lake, it's just phosphorus, so it's also a natural thing, but it's good to balance, and tul does that naturally. Also, it helps us being a shelter and ecosystem for these different species that are here. There are the ducks, fish, and the crabs. So it's a nice ecosystem, a house for those species. And also it's important for the community because it's, have you seen these craft artesanías that are made with the tul, like rugs and baskets? So it's also part of the local petates. Yes. Yes? See. So it grows here, then they do it, then it's organic, then it comes. So the cycle over there is very nice. And that's a very nice culture that in San Juan La Laguna, it's happening, the tul becoming craft. And I started doing this tul, so I was aware of that, and I see the tul over there in the lake, and I started joining the picking garbage from the street. So I'm like, okay, because they were like volunteering, and I was like, yes, I'm here, I have to do something to promote the cleaning of the lake. But it was until I joined the tul plantation, where I was like, no, I really like this. Tul plantation is fun, I feel I'm doing something. In Guatemala, these tul plantation campaigns are promoted very much by different entities, like the CONAP, which is it's a government institution that is in charge of protected areas, and they have during the year different season to plant the tul, and it's starting soon. Also, there are NGOs that promote this as part of doing something good for the community. So it's happening. So those are the ones I usually have done, and then I met this community that they go. So usually there are like 3 or 4 divers because it needs to go a little deeper, and they have to have the diving equipment to hold them very good on the sand. And then we can go as volunteers without much experience, but we go and we collect rocks. Where do they take the new tul plants to reproduce? So the lake here fluctuates, so it comes up and comes down. So in some areas, the lake has going down and the tul is almost on the sand. Without water, the tul do not survive. So those ones are the ones that they replant in other areas, and then it reproduces. So it's a very gentle and easy plant to do here. So they collect the ones that they see that they are going to die, and then we bring it to other areas that they see as a potential area. And then we collect different rocks, and with hilo de maguey, like this rope, maguey rope, and the macoya is the name of the tul with the roots. It's like we separate them in different sizes. One that it's manageable and not that heavy, and that we can add a rock with the hilo de maguey, and then we had to test it. Okay, if the rock falls, it's not good because. And the thing is that the tool will float if it's not held with a rock. So we prepare them, and then the divers, they are the ones like digging in the sand, like more or less in more than 1 meter deep, and they plant them. So it's a very active community, and everybody's like collaborating and feeling like a team when the tool plantation is happening. And that's going to happen soon. And we totally were thinking on doing a tool, like promoting a tool plantation soon. In the lake, most of the areas that has that have to be the ones that are not too deep. There are some areas close to, especially Sununa and Jaibalito, that are like super steep. So it's impossible to have it there. But close to the beach, like in IXCHEL, in San Juan you have seen a lot, and in San Marcos too, here too. So the next two plantations will be in IXCHEL, and everybody's welcome to come to join this process, which is very, very active, very good for the lake to clean the water. Yeah. We're gonna organize it, so. No, but if you're interested, we can do any day. Like if it's better a weekend or during day, it will be in Pana because I already make that contact and see what will be the places. But so it will be in IXCHEL. And posted posted in the webpage of IXCHEL. So, at the same time as doing tool plantation, there are other things that can be done to support and to avoid like pollution on the lake. With choosing what we consume, because that goes directly to the lake. Yeah, plastic or simple things like soaps, they go. Drainage, just find their natural way to go to the lake. And I do want to promote that, to keep this lake clean. And even though we can do as much as we can, but in the lake, I trust too that it has their own healing. We can support it like that, choosing wisely what we're going to consume and not polluting. And if we can decide, also taking decisions in other things. Last time I came as an architect, and then I see that like in a house, the digestive system of the house is the septic, where everything goes, and that's underground. Like nobody see it. That is the most important. So as here with dry toilets, that's also something that the earth itself clean. Like so, this not pollute anything to the water, but buildings that are very close to the lake don't have that distance from that, and then there's phosphorus, but there are ways to do it. See, something else I want to say about the tool, that is, so other people also think that is an invasive because it grows very fast, but it's totally good with the tool and the ecosystem here. It's a natural plant, it's native. See, and if someone has any questions about it or want to know more about the tool, yes?
Is there any system of plant reproduction around the country around you? Is there any system of plantation before the water, the clear water is gone?
Here is all very not, spontaneous and organic. So there are treated plants like plantas de tratamiento for the towns, but not everybody is connected there. So everybody town do have it. And then individual houses that are on the lake, they cannot send it there. They have to have their own treatment system. But for what I know and about the environmental studies that I have done, they do it. They do the treatment system that is like a biodigester, so it works with bacteria, and at the end it comes back to, so it transforms in fertilize again. Mm-hmm.
The biodigester, what it does is that it transforms the toxins from water? Or
No, from the septics, from the poop. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So those are the waters that
from the toilet?
from the toilet, which is the most, yeah. But at the same time, it's not like an enemy because it's natural. It comes, but it can be transformed in fertilized with a good system, not just by sending it to the. Fertilizing.
So that's a big problem in California, that the actual water has birth control, antidepressants.
Yes.
People with popping pills, that's what the whole economy is on. Pharmaceuticals just pushing that.
Exactly. Now here not.
Even though if you have a natural way of cleaning it, those chemicals are still.
Because they are, so now here, no. I also hear in other countries they put fluor in the water, right? Like in other countries, I hear there's fluor in the water. See, now here, I don't think so. See, in a way, but in another way, also, everything is so free. Freedom, that there's not regulations, there exist, but you can get along without. Very easy. But there's a regulation about the environment, and it's very powerful here on the lake because it's a protected area, and they do request that everything that is built here has that environmental license. See, so that's a good news for the lake, for the water. See.
And the tool grows just like near the shore?
Exactly, because otherwise it gets drowned. See.
And how does exactly that work? By like the toxins get stuck there? And
because the tool itself, the plant, breathes. It's like a tree, and it eats the phosphorus and the nitrogen that is in the water. So those are nutrients. So the excess of nutrients can pollute the water. The lake, like it was like 10 years ago when we got this cyanobacteria. I don't know if you were here. So it was, you remember, right? It was like this big green alga all around the edge. It was the first time that this happened in the lake, and everybody was like scared, like what is happening to the lake? Because it was visible. So right now it's polluted, but you don't see it. So but that time was green. And then when the algae was dying, it was becoming brown, and it was big, and people were taking it out like because they want to see the lake clean, but it was deeper than that. It was not a superficial thing, and it was an excess of those nutrients. And then after that, these campaigns of planting tool start. I remember people was a little bit more conscious, but it's good to recall again to those moments because we tend to forget. See? Con mucho gusto. See? So I think tulle is a fantastic plant. Even to have, it's aquatic, is easy to grow.
In San Pablo.
Nice to talk about that.
They don't have to, no?
They have a lot, and in San Juan.
The gray water still goes in, and there's so much algae.
They have a lot of algae, and I think it's for the surface because it's not too deep. But in San Pablo, in San Juan, what happened is that over there they do it as is where they do the petates. So they have like a business from the tool. So maybe they cut it more and they sell it. And to do the petates, they had to cut it, they dry it, and it's also why these plantations that are like donations don't work there, because people over there want to get paid to plant. Because see, but in the rest of the lake is volunteering. So they don't allow to plant either, because it's a business, But in a way, but they plant it and they cut it because it's to do the petates. See, and that happens just there. And they told me here, because I said, let's plant in San Marcos, and they say, people might not like it. See, but
Is this like we have in San Marcos like this?
yes.
The tall ones? Okay.
Yes, and another benefit of the tool is that avoids, it's a trap for plastics too, so it kind of receives that, and it avoids erosion from the beach. The lake here can be also very wavy, and so it protects the shores from that. So, el tool. I see. I really like to work with the tool. See, and if someone come and there's a tool plantation, I invite, because it's good to get in contact and aware of how we can contribute a little bit with the lake. See. Exactly. It's a plant that is water. See? It's an aquatic plant, like a tree. I feel it's like a tree for the lake. Yes. Yes. Sí. Con mucho gusto. Sí. So we will keep you posted, because I do want that we, after this, we do the tool plantation. It will be cool to conclude. So this will be continue on the lake. Yes.
That would be great. And the next one, we can get the other plantation.
Yes. Okay.
And the next much, we will get our plantation plan.
Tool plantation.
The plantation on Paranacho.
Okay.
Okay, next month, 20 days. We will 20 days, we prepare and be ready, and then we will go together to plant it.
Perfect.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Con mucho gusto. Fue un placer.
Gracias. Thank you so much for this beautiful woman here today. And very soon at 3 p.m. we are starting the next part, which is the dance, the water flow dance guidance. It's a CBC class contact dance guided by Paulina Laires. So let's get ready, take your time if you need to eat. We have some minutes, and then at 3 we are starting with the next part. And after the 3 p.m., 4:30, we will start at the first DJ set with DJ Coral Negro and special singer, beautiful Christy, our teacher, yoga in the morning. She will sing, and then Swedish Rebel. And we finish with our beautiful Pauli Alay with beautiful music journey.
What time is the cacao?
Oh, the cacao. Oh, thank you. Oh my
I
God.
cannot miss that.
I cannot.
I need to make sure I don't wander somewhere.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. After the class, the water flow, the ceremony will be here. And get ready if you have some special intentions to put in the fire with the cacao cita. So get them ready. Yeah. Thank you so much, and see you in a little bit. It's 15 minutes.
En 20 días.
En 20
Ok,
días, en
bueno.
el next lunch.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Voy a
apuntarlo y voy a moverlo.
Hacer un poco de energía.
Saca un poco de esto, por favor. Yo estaba ahí.
Contact. Danza una plantación de planta de naranja.
Yo tenía para
All right. Ooh, hello.
Yeah. So the thing is that
Yeah.
yeah, the thing I'm muted right now, so you can put it like and then yeah, you got it there. We're gonna be contacting beyond contacting.
We're going to be contacting you on contacting.
What's the timeline like, really?
I think we're starting soon at like 3 o'clock. In like less than 10 minutes. We're just sorting out how to get this connected.
Is dancing happening here?
Yeah, right in freeze.
Paulina.
Paulina. Oh, you're the Paulina. You're my neighbor.
Oh, okay. There you go. I do remember you now. Oh, you helped me with the laundry.
I changed your life, girl.
I know you did. I don't know why Diego was giving me such a hard time. He never gives me a hard time. And then when you left, he was like, okay, you can do it. He was being so sweet. And I was like, what am I connected to? Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, I know he's just trying to do his job. He's a good guy.
Do you know what I mean? Just stuck with it. Exactly. So it's kind of like fun, play games, and all these things. And I guess, and that's why it's important.
There you go.
Which one?
It's
Got it.
RCA something?
Yeah.
So you have to manage the volume on your device.
Is somebody else connected? Oh no, okay, it's not. Manage the volume from my device?
Yeah, you have to manage the
Let
volume
me try
there.
to play.
Can we test it now?
Yeah. This is
No? Okay.
There you go.
Coo, coo, coo. Hello, hello. Hi, sister. Thank you. Thank you.
It's okay with the volume of the voice. Can we test it with the volume
Okay.
of the voice?
Yeah, and a song.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna actually try to play like a more upbeat song. See what it sounds like. Okay, testing, testing. There's still I mean, I'm standing right beside your dog. You know, you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. What? What? Away, away.
I'm ready. Okay. Maybe I'll just put this aside so people have more space for dance. Or unless, yeah.
I didn't touch it.
I feel like it was on and now it's like, now I don't hear it.
Where's
You
the
just helped me, but now it's, I feel like
I didn't touch anything.
I didn't do it. Diego! Microphone is not working. I'll just project my voice. Great. So nice to have a house. A real bedroom, a real adult bed, and not a bunk bed. It's not the house next to you, but the one after that.
Here, let me see if the battery died. Hurry up.
Are you eating Cheetos?
No.
No? I saw some orange stuff going in your mouth.
Hello? There we go. Testing. Well, how did it turn off
See if
then?
it turns off again.
Okay. Okay. Roger. Roger, Dodger. Nico and Virginia organized it with the owner of it because they wanted to keep extending the community. So they're just, it's not, it's still his house, and I think I only have it till the end of March. And then I think he wants it back. Yeah. I know. I know. I'm so excited. I haven't swum in the lake yet, no. But I love swimming. I'm still warming up to the lake. Yeah. I'm still warming up to the lake.
Okay.
Do we have more batteries?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, fine. Which one does it take?
That's a good question, my friend. I don't know. It's on my back.
Testing, testing. We are up and running. Okay, hopefully long enough. Otherwise, I'll project my voice into this beautiful space. John. It is chilly.
Just grab that.
That one is also finicky right now, not working. It's cold, I know. Let's warm up. Testing, check. Yeah, that one's working too. Okay. Yep. No? What are you trying to see? Okay. So we can have a moment. Oh, whoa, microphone's working. So just make sure that you have like enough space, you're not too close to your partner. Okay, so as you come to lay on the ground, just opening yourself up for a moment to feel the connection of your body to the earth. Closing the eyes if you haven't already, and let's just take a few breaths. And allow yourself to feel the structure of your body. So noticing if you can start to drop the bones down towards the floor. And then feeling if you can start to allow the muscles to soften away from the bones. And as you start to feel more and more of your weight being taken by the earth, just feel into any subtleties that are pulsing through your body. Noticing how you're arriving here and now in this space, in this moment. And I invite you to start to bring your awareness down to the roots, the very roots of your spine. And I invite you to take a nice deep breath into this space, the very base of the spine, and as you exhale, start to imagine little roots growing from your tailbone. And as you breathe, start to imagine these roots beginning to penetrate the floorboards, down through the layers of concrete, all the way down till they touch the earth. Just feeling what it feels like to be received by the earth. As you continue to breathe, imagine these roots beginning to go past the layers of rock, down through the layers of minerals, streams, beneath the ground. All the way down to the very core of the earth, the heart of Gaia. And just notice what it feels like to be received by the heart of Gaia. This warm embrace of unconditional love and support. Connecting with your Earth Star. This place within your body that roots you, that grounds you. And then inviting a nice deep breath in to draw up these nutrients from the earth, from the heart of Gaia. Allow it to pulse up through the legs, up through the spine, shooting past the neck, up through the crown of the head, shooting up into the heavens, connecting with your soul star. Your higher self. Just feeling this beautiful golden stream of light streaming from your higher self, from the heavens above, the angelic realms. Holding this energy, this beautiful white light back down through the crown of the head, down through the back of the throat, all the way into your heart space. Just feeling your heart's connection, this bridge between the physical realm and the mystical realms. Allowing yourself to take a few breaths into your heart as you center yourself in your center channel. This pillar of light, your Shushubin anatomy, grounding you to the heart earth and the heart of the sky, unifying in the space of your heart within you. And from the sacred space of your heart, start to gently come back into the body and allow perhaps so noticing if you can gently just allow the fingertips to flicker. Maybe starting to extend that into your toes. Allowing this to inspire movement through the legs. Start to explore movement in the arms, maybe rolling the head from side to side. Using the entire space around you to start to initiate sense of inspiration, to allow the body to begin to move. Maybe giving yourself a big stretch. Maybe bending one knee and the other. Wants to be honored in this moment. How does it want to be expressed? Feel free to start to perhaps move beyond the space that you've chosen today. Maybe rolling to one side, maybe rolling onto your belly and see what it feels like to breathe with the earth. Taking any stretches along the way. Knowing that in this space all is welcome to come through. There's no right or wrong movement. And as we start to channel movement in the body, connecting with our sacral chakra, the house of our water element. And noticing what emotions lie within you that are yearning to be expressed. How can you start to move your body to express? With curiosity through your emotions. All the while connected to your breath. So feel free to maybe even move to the second level onto your knees. Maybe taking some stretches or some movements, creating this flowiness in your dance. So if your body was going to emanate through the water element, how would that look like? How would that feel like? Just follow your breath, this internal massage of your body starting to express new pathways that maybe you've never explored before. Maybe even choosing to keep your eyes closed to eliminate the external. Oftentimes our eyes are connected to our ego and checking out what other people are doing, but just connect with how your heart wants to be expressed. Don't worry about what others are doing and let them explore the space. How can you move around on your back, on your belly, on your knees, on your hands, so that you can start to find more spaciousness, not only through your movement, but through your breath. Taking these time to really warm up all those little pockets of stickiness within our body. Today's dance, we're connecting with that water element, and water represents our feminine, represents receptivity, represents a divine flow. So let's find one more minute of this free expression of just moving through the space. Inspires another movement from that space. Good, and then if your eyes are closed, start to open your eyes. And maybe take in those around you. Coming onto your knees now if you haven't already. And seeing if you can start to initiate some eye contact with others. So we're still moving through the space, still connecting with your own flow. And just seeing if you can start to make eye contact with others and noticing the beautiful souls that are in the space with you. So still moving, crawling through the space. And just letting yourself perhaps be a little vulnerable by letting yourself be seen in your dance. Maybe extending a smile. Maybe experiencing some playfulness from those around us, inspiring new movements. Slowly, we're going to start to connect with one person, making eye contact, and starting to move towards this person, still on the floor. And as you connect with this one person, see if you can come back to back. Sitting on your sit bones and just connecting back to back. Just close your eyes for a moment as you connect back to back, and just notice what it feels like to be supported by another and to offer that same support. Can you breathe into your heart and connect your heart with this beautiful being that has chosen to share space with you? Allowing yourself to not only connect physically, but start to experience an energetic connection. Perhaps even an emotional connection as you breathe into each other's hearts. Taking 3 more breaths with this person that you've chosen to explore, to ground, to connect. Building a sense of trust. Good, and then as slowly as you can, start to initiate gently disconnecting your spines. creating this sacred reflection for you of yourself. I'll get you to look up front here for a moment, and I'm going to ask for a volunteer. Maybe you left. Okay. So we're going to do a little exercise. Do you want to come sit here? So come sit on your bum so they can see you. Turn around. So one of us is going to have our eyes closed and is just going to be experiencing feeling. The other person is going to be their guardian. So of course we're on a platform, so let's be mindful that there is a platform here. So the person that their eyes are going to be open is going to be the guardian of their partner. And so what we're going to do is we're going to initiate movement in them. So she's sitting here right now, and maybe we're going to just start with a little brushing. So I'm going to brush your shoulder, and I'm going to see what that inspires in her in movement. So as I brush your shoulder, see if you can allow that to inspire any movement. So you're still flowing in your dance, and I'm just guiding the dance. So maybe I want to brush her here. Maybe I want to gently brush her head. And just witnessing, so letting her move, so you're not pushing her into a movement, you're just initiating a movement and seeing where she goes from there. Maybe I want to brush her leg. And always connecting from your heart space as you're connecting with your partner. She has her eyes closed the whole time, or he. And you're just guiding their movement. And eventually from here, we're going to start to make some deeper contact. So maybe using my shoulder or my elbow to give her a little nudge. Or maybe brushing with your arm. Of course, always respecting, not touching anyone where I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So we're just going to start to connect deeper body parts. And just always having that initiation of loving touch. So we're still letting them move freely. And then maybe eventually from here, we're going to start to flow into a co-creative space. Where I still have my eyes open, by connecting deeper parts of the body. And we can move onto our knees. And of course, always remember that you are the guardian, so if they're getting too close to something, it's your responsibility to protect them from falling off or hitting something. And so the sensory experience for the person that has their eyes closed is that they're just experiencing their flow and we're just guiding. Let's try this. So the person with the longer hair will be the one that shuts their eyes first. So make sure you have enough space. So position yourself so that you have space to move around. So you're not too close to another partner. Yes, so the person with the longer hair is always going to have their eyes closed. So you're really building a sense of trust with your partner, and you're creating just a gentle movement. So we're going to start with gentle movements to start. So the person that has the longest hair, you can go ahead and close your eyes and just start to drop in. And so the person that's going to be helping guide, just position yourself in a place of where you want to start connecting. And those of us with the longer hair, just start to feel the music and allow yourself to start to come into your own rhythm. So just moving, allowing maybe a gentle sway, starting to initiate movement just like we did a moment ago when we were dancing by ourselves. And I'll invite the person that is initiating movement to just start with your palm and gently maybe graze, without pushing, just gently grazing a part of their body and seeing what that inspires in their movement. Pause and just witness where that movement went, and then maybe see if you can touch another part of the body. And you have the ability to really move around the space, so don't feel like you need to stay on your knees. gentle touch of the palm to initiate, to allow our partner to feel supported, to feel nurtured by your touch. And really witnessing the beauty of their expression, so no judgment about how they want to move their body. Just using these gentle brush strokes, maybe on the head, maybe on the hips, maybe coming around to brush their leg. The person with their eyes closed, just fully trusting in this radiance of their own movements, still feeling connected to that support of their partner. And try to keep your eyes closed through the whole experience. Even if you want to open your eyes, see if you can keep them closed. And then slowly, those of us that are giving, see if you can start to maybe roll a forearm or a shoulder into them. So using more surface area of your body to connect with theirs and see how that inspires their movement. So still just brushing with a different body part, a leg, maybe your head. Pressing your head into their back for a massage. And if you feel inspired to get up, you're also welcome to get up. For those that have their eyes closed, whatever movement flows from here, your partner has your back. And then slowly starting to weave this into a dance, a co-creation. So maybe feeling inspired for more of the body to connect. Creating a ripple effect, an echo of your movements against theirs. Leaning into perhaps places that you wouldn't normally lean into. Just noticing how you can connect from the heart space to your partner. Maybe using a hip to just give them a nudge. Maybe brushing them with your leg. Maybe brushing them with your back. Back against back. And the person with their eyes closed, just letting this be a full sensory experience of experiencing touch against your skin, experiencing a gentle breeze. Good, and then slowly finding an end point, so coming to a completion. And just turning to face your partner and thanking them in whatever way feels right for supporting you. Maybe sharing a word or two of how that experience was for you.
slowly bringing that to a close. And we'll come to sit back down so we can switch. So as you come to completion, come to sit back on the floor. And then those of us with the shorter hair now, tuning in to closing our eyes, letting this be an internal experience. And as you close your eyes, just start to connect with your own rhythm, with your own heart. Noticing how the music is starting to move you from the inside out. Start to initiate some movement for those with their eyes closed of finding your own inner dance. That could be subtle, small movements to begin. And then whenever our partner feels ready, the one with the eyes open, maybe seeing if you can start to inspire movement for them by gently brushing with your palm somewhere on their body. So without pushing, we're just brushing to inspire maybe a different pathway. And then stopping to see how this movement moves through them just from your simple touch. With our eyes closed, maybe starting to find more movement across the space, maybe rolling onto your belly or your back, on your knees. How does your soul want to be expressed? How can you start to create a co-creation with your partner? Don't be afraid to move in ways that maybe feel uncomfortable. Ways that you perhaps wouldn't normally take. Your eyes are closed. You're in a space of safety. Givers maybe starting to connect different body parts, so maybe a shoulder or a forearm or a hip, so making more contact with your partner. With how you connect with your partner and always connecting from a space of your heart. Creating a sensual experience for your partner to delve into the senses beyond the eyesight. Slowly allowing this to come into a co-creative dance, even though your partner's eyes are closed. How can you co-create? Is there other body parts that you can connect, like your head, your legs? Flowing to the depths of your own wateriness as you allow your movements to be more fluid. Tapping into your divine feminine essence as you move. connect, slowly, slowly starting to bring your dance to a close. Facing your partner, finding an end point of completion. Just thanking your partner, maybe sharing a few words of how this felt for you. Give it the right fit. Good, and then slowly, gently bringing this to a close. And from here, we're going to start to walk around the space nice and slow. So I want you to, as you walk, really connect with your feet. So we're walking through the space. And if you feel inspired, maybe making eye contact with those around you. So just feeling your feet on the earth. Noticing how you step on the earth, connecting all 4 points, finding that sense of groundedness. Just observing the space around you, and then start to walk a little faster through the space. So walking all around the space, connecting with others as you walk. And then seeing if we can walk even faster, still staying connected to the earth. So speeding up your pace, walking all the way around the space. Maybe giving a gentle brush to a neighbor if you pass them. So moving around the space, staying aware. And then walking even faster to see if you can stay grounded as you walk very quickly through the space without bumping into anyone. Keeping your awareness, your groundedness, walking through the space, maybe like a tiny little run while still staying connected. Seeing if you can not bump into anyone while you stay grounded. Good, and then pause and just take a moment to feel your feet. And then we're going to start to walk backwards, so looking over our shoulder as we walk backwards so we don't bump into anyone. Starting off nice and slow. Making sure you stay aware of the space. Okay, so walking backwards. And then interchanging, walking forward and backwards. Moving a little quicker through the space, maybe spinning. Trying to see if you can refrain from spinning into someone, maybe just lightly brushing them. So just becoming aware of your own body in the space. And walking even quicker, see if we can speed it up, maybe a short sprint. And then stop. Ground your feet, close your eyes, stay present, stay grounded. Taking a deep breath in. And just noticing what's alive for you in this moment. So we'll slowly just come into a circle so I can demonstrate the next exercise that we're going to do. And maybe I'll ask you to, she ran away. I'll pick somebody else. How about you? Okay, so in a moment we're going to choose a partner, and this technique is called the brushing technique. So what we're going to do is we're going to, same as we were doing on the floor, we're going to initiate movement in our partner. So I'm just going to ask you to take a body design. So any body design. So we're not tugging our partner, but we're just using our hands to gently brush and allow that to inspire movement in them. So as you brush, I'm going to ask you to stop for a second. So as I brush you, wherever my hands stop is where we stop the movement. So it's just a little brush. So I'm brushing you and maybe that inspires this movement. Then you can maybe brush downwards. You can also perhaps brush their hips. Allow that to inspire movement. And always connecting your hands, or rather your heart to your hands. So you can take your partner in different areas of the space, but we're only using brushing techniques. So brushing and allowing that to inspire movement. Maybe bringing them all the way down. So there's always a clear ending and a clear beginning. Okay? Does anyone have any questions? Okay, so choose a partner. Making eye contact with somebody. So one of us is going to be the leader, and the other is going to be the follower. So creating some space for yourself again on the dance floor. Okay, so again, the one with the shorter hair this time is going to go first, as in is going to be the one that's going to be brushed. So the one that has the shorter hair is the one that's going to be brushed. So as soon as you're ready, close your eyes, just connect with your heart. So you're just using your palms to gently brush them. When you feel ready, gently open your eyes. And so using your hands, you can brush anywhere you'd like, as long as it's being mindful you don't bump into people, just like I did. So try to see if you cannot anticipate the movement. Let the full brush happen before the partner moves. And there's always a clear ending, clear beginning. Getting creative with which body parts you're brushing. Maybe even moving your partner all the way through the space. So one person's always leading, the other is just following. But letting the movement be your own. So wherever that brush stroke wants to take you, allow it to take you. Always being clear with where it is that you're taking your partners. Noticing how it is that you're connecting with your partner through your brush strokes. Are they coming from a loving space? We're embodying the water element, so how can you bring more fluidity and flow within your dance? Using this brushing technique to just inspire movement. Good, and then slowly we're going to change. So the other person's going to lead and the opposite person will follow. So now the opposite person is brushing and inspiring these movements within our partner. So remember, always having a clear beginning and ending with your brushing. be your own. Let it be organic for how you're feeling in the moment. Touch your partner how you'd like to be touched. Soft and gentle brush strokes. Those of us that are following, just noticing if you're falling into the same patterns of dance that you usually do. How can you move your body in a different way than you're used to?
Siento las plantas sagradas, siento las plantas sagradas, siento las plantas sagradas.
Good, so keep dancing, but now we're going to interchange. We're going to interchange leader and follower. So sometimes you're brushing and then you initiate a brush. So we're just going to do interchanging. Maybe twice you brush, maybe 3 times your partner brushes. So start to co-create a dance together. So if I was to brush you once, and then I'm going to pause and maybe you brush me, and then maybe I brush you, and then allowing it to become a dance that you're co-creating together. So one's brushing, the other one's following. So interchanging, following, and leading. And then she moves apart. So we're still brushing, gently brushing each other's bodies to initiate those movements. Starting to become more fluid with our interaction with our partner. Slowly finding an endpoint to your dance. And seeing if you can find a moment to thank your partner. It's okay. So thanking your partner and then coming back into a circle for a moment. I'm going to introduce one more technique. So we practice brushing. Hi, my little tiger. I'm not sure what's happening here, but thank you. I feel very honored. Oh, you want an example? Okay, then rise, please. Okay, so the next technique we're going to introduce, so we did brushing, which was just gentle movements of allowing our partner to be inspired. Now we're going to introduce taking. So taking is a little bit more where we actually grip our partner. So let's say we want to take our partner across the room. I have my little tiger here. So you can take your partner a little bit more in a direct way, where you're not just brushing anymore, you have a clear direction and intention of where you want to take your partner. So maybe I want to take my partner to San Pablo over here for a date. So I'm going to bring him over here, and there's still an end point and a clear beginning and an ending, but it's just more of a grip now where we're actually leading our partner a little bit stronger than just allowing that brush to initiate a movement. So we're actually having a clear intention of where we want to take them. Maybe we want to take him to the date on the lake. So we're taking them onto the lake. And don't be afraid to take them down to the ground. Maybe allow them to, maybe I want to take his hips this way and allow a spin. Or a bunny hop for hobbits. So choose a different partner. So choosing somebody else that you haven't worked with yet. How much time do we have? Okay. Good. So as you start to ground in, feel the music. And then the leader, so the one with the shorter hair is going to be the leader, where we are taking our partner in a direction with a clear intention. So where do you want to take your partner? Have a clear direction of where you're taking them. And notice if you can use other body parts than just the hands. You can start with the hands, the arms, and then maybe take them with the hips. Maybe take them with the leg. And those of us that are following, still inspiring movement, our own free movement. You don't have a partner? Okay, so taking our partner in a clear direction. Nice one. Yeah. Good, and then switching roles, so the person that was being taken is now the follower, and the other one is being taken. So clear leader and follower. Interchange who's being taken and led. So starting to create a co-creation again, and allowing the brush strokes to also come in that we learned from the other exercise. Sometimes brushing your partner, sometimes taking your partner. Staying connected and grounded to your feet. So noticing how your feet connect with the earth. And as you start to co-create this dance, notice how your body moves in relation to your partner's inspired movement. Okay, and then let's slowly start to open up the space. So allowing yourself to connect maybe with another duo and seeing how that inspires movement. So connecting with others, maybe creating a trio, maybe another duo. And now bringing in all the tools that we learned, brush strokes, taking, maybe connecting, different points of contact of your body. Don't get attached to one partner, seeing if you can find another soul to connect with. And also not being afraid to have a solo dance. Flowing around the space, connected with your feet, connecting with different partners. What is inspiring the soul right now to connect with other beings? brushing, taking clear direction.
Nuestra danza por esta vida, con la fuerza que hay el camino de nuestros sueños.
Again, not attaching to one partner. How can you invite someone to connect with you, to dance? Maybe a gentle brush stroke to invite them into a dance. Maybe eye gazing to connect. Seeing if maybe you can connect with 3 people and create a co-creation with 3, or maybe 4, swirling from one partner to another. Again, don't be afraid to have a solo dance if you're not connecting with anyone. Express your own free soul. Or get attacked by a tiger. Allowing that water element to come through. And then slowly coming to completion. Closing your eyes for a moment, grounding your feet. So try not to talk for this moment and just feel whatever's coming up for you. So just closing the eyes, grounding the feet, and feeling into any sensations, any aliveness within your heart, within your being, any joy or happiness that's been created, any emotions that have been moved. And then slowly blinking open the eyes and coming into a circle. And just holding hands with the person beside you as we close the space. Just taking a moment to observe those that shared the space with you, that co-created dances. Thanking them from your heart to theirs. And let's just take a nice deep breath in, deep breath out. And let's close our space with one big Om. Inhale to begin. Thank you so much, everyone. And we had a really short little dance. It was only 45 minutes, but we got some in there for sure. So thank you so much. I hope that inspires movement for our ecstatic dance later to connect with others. Thank you, everyone. So beautiful. I invite you to join us for our cacao ceremony now that's going to be happening probably in the next 10 minutes. We're going to be serving cacao and doing a beautiful ritual around Calcasita, Mamacita. Thank you. 45 minutes is like so little time, but I tried to make it work. You made it perfect. It was perfect. Thank you, sister. Can you help me take this microphone out? I think there's like...
was just saying, but whatever. Yeah, I think your 24 would be. If you want to do it during the dance again, I would be totally appreciative. But it's all good if not. Yeah.
Hombres que cuiden la tierra, mujeres que nutren las plantas, niños que escuchan atento a la voz de su abuelo, niños que escuchan atento a la historia de su abuelo. Y ahí apareces tú con tu ser luminoso. Y ahí apareces tú
bird, spreading our wings and gaining perhaps a new and fresh understanding of our life, zooming out. And then I'm calling in the south, the place of the noonday sun. So imagine the sun that shines so bright up in the sky, warms your body, your being, and also with that illuminates the fire that lives within your being, within your heart. The fire that transmutes, transforms, the passion within your presence, and really calling up on the fire to live our place from a place of passion, devotion from our heart. And I'm calling in the direction of west, the place of the setting sun. So imagine the sun turns from lightness to darkness. We're moving from day to night, and in that passage we learn to maneuver between light and darkness. And we learn to move and make a choice from fear to love again and again and again. And with that also surrendering to the waters within our beings, the waters of this world, the waters that can move mountains. But the waters that really invite us to surrender and to let go of control, understanding that we are never in control, and surrender to the bigger picture. And I'm calling in the direction of north, the land of the night of our ancestors, everyone who has gone before us, a place of wisdom, the place of the North Star, a place of mystery, and where dreams can come upon physical manifestation. Really that place where we come alive in our dreams, in our heart space, and held by the earth that is holding us, teaches us to nurture ourselves. And by having all of those four directions meeting you in your heart space, let's zoom also to the heart of the sky, the cosmos, the unlimited field of potentiality that always ever surrounds us. The place of all transcendent masters of love, all the wisdom that is guiding us, our teachers. You can call in your guides, any angels, any support, your ancestors. Just connecting with you in cosmic love. And in the same moment, let's call upon the heart of the earth, Mother Earth, Pachamama, that holds us and gives us life. And in that moment, meeting ourselves here in space. Already allowing yourself to feel for a moment into your heart space, while we also call the spirit of Mother Cacao is here to guide us on this journey, on this beautiful day of the 11th moon, this day of new moon, this is new moon energy, transforming, calling in new intentions from a place of purity and connectivity. And now let us take a deep breath in through the heart. And exhale, release, let go of anything that doesn't serve you in this moment. Let's do this again. Breathe in through your heart. Out. And one more time. And then let us bring the palms of our hands together and rub them. Create some friction. Feel the heat that is starting to rise within your fingers of your palms. And let's bring the hands onto our eyes, kissing our eyes. Perhaps in the same moment having gratitude for the power of sight in our life. And then gently bring your hands to prayer, open your eyes, and then I'm asking you, invite you to take a look around. And let us greet each other once more. We've seen each other already today of the day, most of us. But look again. What do you see? Have you really seen each other? Met each other here in this space? And also understanding that often we don't even need words, just our simple presence, reading, encountering each other. So from that place of presence and understanding that we are always connected with the elements and calling you said so beautiful. In the beginning of today, you said the moment we really honor the elements, we also honor ourselves. Because the elements are without.
So is that good? Is that going to be close to you?
especially also now in this time of the movement, it's a time to set new intentions. It's new moon in Pisces, so potentially pretty emotional for most of us. But really allowing those emotions just to be there, just to feel them with a sense of compassion, not to push anything away that might be uncomfortable, but just allowing those emotions are here to be felt. And for that, Mother Cacao has been the greatest support, especially the last few weeks, to really allow myself to sit with that. And without the judgment, without anything, and just allowing it to move. With that gentle compassion of a mother, where the mother would never say, hey, oh, you shouldn't see, don't cry, don't feel that. But no, hey, it's okay, we're allowed to feel all of it. And within that, I really believe that cacao is really the medicine of this time. And for me, it's not a surprise that cacao is becoming so known or popular, whatever word you want to give it. And it's really coming from a time of oppression, because the Mayas really protected this medicine over 300 years of oppression. It's been incredible that the wisdom is now getting a chance to come alive and to be experienced by us. And I believe it's no coincidence that it's happening, because it is the medicine of the heart, it's the medicine of love. And I wonder who never had a ceremony. Okay. No, I like that. I love that. So I just want to make sure it's medicine, it's plant medicine we're drinking, it's sacred. It's literally the consciousness of it. We're not drinking but how I came across Mother Cacao and working with her is that, and we said this as well in the beginning, is that we are our own healer. And here, often we take medicine to fix something, right? We take a painkiller not to feel it. But she's not here as a medicine to fix something, but to allow ourselves to come to an understanding that we are our being already. There is nothing to fix, rather the understanding of embracing everything that we are, in the shadow, in the light, mostly without the judgment, of God. And my passion for Mother Cacao is huge, for and also because as I talk about water, I talk about cacao, I could go on. And I think the most important again is for you to experience her. And also if you can sample cacao.
Yeah, dude, because I can't see any shit.
Let it be done, because now the most important without any expectations with the beginner's mind. And this cacao comes from Isaías and Isabel, who are also really beautiful Mayan wisdom keepers, really transmitting the knowledge of the Mayas to us, which is for me incredible, because the cosmovision is this ultimate understanding of everything that is not separation, it's the spiral of existence, and then really honoring the medicine and bringing it actually to this cacao is such a ridiculous, which is only around 2.5 hours from Santiago on the lake. So the beautiful cacao grows so close to us, you don't have to go so far. And if you want to visit a farm, like Isaías, they organize a once a month tour, it's just super beautiful. Go and sit with the medicine. And I just want to share a few words, because for me, in a sense of like when we set intention and when we move through life, one of the biggest teachings once with cacao was living an intentional life. So really everything you do it with intention. Drinking a glass of water, appreciate where the water comes from, what can it do for you. When we drink a cacao, it's the same, it should be for everything. But what it also taught me is an incredible gratitude for life. And there is a saying, I forgot who said it, but he said, if you speak one prayer, let it pray. And I really believe that thank you and gratitude is one of the keys of life. And why does cacao make me so grateful beyond all the things I already shared is that you see, for the ones who have never seen it, it's a dried cacao fruit. But for this cacao pot, the seeds are planted in the earth. It takes around 5 years for a tree to carry seeds. The tree is full of it's abundant. It's a beautiful tree that has little flowers all over the branches and the trunk. These flowers, they only bloom for 2 days. In that window, they are pollinated by little midges. Those midges have the fastest wing beat of any insect in the world, inshallah. And they pollinate the flowers, and then a cacao pot grows. It how seeds, they are fermented, they are dried, they are roasted, and then they are peeled by hand. And peeling, I've been peeling also a lot with women collectives. It's really a lot of love goes in there and a lot of attention. And the cacao you're going to drink today, it's around 20 grams. So probably it's more or less half a cacao pot. But if you drink a ceremonial dose and you feel later you want to have a second dose, then you literally drink the seeds out of one cacao pot. And for me, I just personally think that's amazing, and it gives me a lot of gratitude that it's not just like, oh, that's delicious, that's a drink, but what has been going on. And then last but not least, get carried away, but what is important, and even for the ones who have heard it, but cacao is the medicine of the heart because it opens our cardiovascular system. It dilates our blood vessels, so you might experience your heartbeat faster, feel that life is moving. Really, it's a and for me, we talked about us being energy. You have an electromagnetic field. And cacao literally has influence on that field because it increases serotonin and makes us happy. Dopamine, theobromine is the energizer, so it really gives us this higher vibration. And anandamide, the bliss molecule, and another, the love but literally all those ingredients together, they have an effect to raise our vibration into the space. So when we speak about intention, when we feel the intention with the purity of heart, it's much easier coming into our mind because we are vibrating on that frequency. It's not just us forcing something into our mind, we just open the door, which is much more important. And on top, super nurturing, so 50% of fat, super important for us to take nutrition in. Lots of minerals, we talked about that. So it's also detoxifying, drink enough water, antioxidants as well, and also a natural aphrodisiac. And today, but I found this beautiful because today we added Damiana tea, and infusion Damiana is also natural aphrodisiac because we thought we were working with the waters, right? The waters are in our sacral chakra, and most often in our human life we're very blocked in the sacral chakra because we don't allow the sexual energy to actually flow naturally. We're using it much more just for moments of intimacy, but not for that fluid creation, that whatever wants to come through us and be expressed, especially when we start dancing and singing.
There we go.
But for me also, it's not always the most area. It's rather, just exploring what you want. Okay, questions? Curious for the ones who never had it? It depends a little bit on, like, also your general state. If some of it just talking before. Generally, I would say 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes to really feel it. Oh no, you could wait, like feel it, and then half an hour later you want another half of 40 minutes. Yeah, just like 40 to 45, I would say is the maximum dose of ceremonial cacao, and I find that often because it can be like it is grounding, but it can also be very high. So it's not psychedelic, so you don't get any 3D visions in most cases, and it's not taking you out of your body, but just be mindful and just honor it as a medicine of the earth. And also again, what we talked about water a lot today, so it's beautiful because cacao is that now combination between the seeds which coming really from the earth, we use fire to heat it, and then we have the water to mix it, and the air basically is added to making it an emulsion, and the foam was in the ancient times very important. So the foam is also the connection to spirit. So we have all the elements in that root. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Any questions? No. Ready. Okay.
So as we serve the cacao, we invite you to not drink it. So we're going to pass it around, and each time that a cup comes to you, when you pass it to your partner, just set a loving intention into each cup that you pass. It's not just passing, but like really sitting with it and passing it intentionally until it comes around, and each of us will get a cup as it comes around.
And you want to sing this one, no?
So we're going to share a cacao song. It's really easy. As you catch on, feel free to join in and sing with us to amplify the energy of cacao. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimento corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Louder. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor, cacao que nutre alimenta
alimenta el corazón. Sing it from your heart. De la vida, cacao del amor. Cacao que nutre y alimenta el corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor. Cacao que nutre y alimenta el corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor. Cacao que nutre y alimenta el corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor. Cacao que nutre y alimenta el corazón. Cacao de la vida, cacao del amor. Cacao que nutre y alimenta el corazón.
No, no, no.
Everyone have one?
Yeah. Everybody has one? Yeah. The love still circulates. Perhaps you can give one to him. Yes. It still circulates. There's a lot of love inside, so it circulates around.
So I invite you all to bring your cups to your heart and close your eyes. And as you hold this beautiful cup of cacao to your heart, just start to connect with the rhythm of your own heart. Breathing into this beautiful divine heart of yours. This incredible heart that beats for you every second of every day. This magnificence, the wise wisdom of the heart that has been with you from day one and will be with you until the very last breath that you take. Breathe into your heart, let your heart begin to expand into all four corners. Breathing so deeply that the rib cage expands to take in the capacity of your ability to give and to receive love. You breathe into this beautiful space that bridges the physical realms with the mystical realms. Finding this brilliant white light shining from your center within. And each time that you breathe in, allow this loving intention to come from your heart. And each time you exhale, starting to expand this beautiful light that is you. Just noticing with each breath how this light begins to amplify, encompassing your entire heart now. And as you continue to breathe, allow this light to begin to expand, to embrace your entire auric field. As this light within you expands, allowing a simple intention to begin to come through as you connect with your heart. What is it that your heart desires? In this new moon in Pisces, what are you ready to step into? What are you ready to create within your life? What are you ready to embody? What gifts are you ready to shower upon humanity, upon yourself?
What is it that you want to create in this next moon cycle, amplifying it in this moment with the sacred cacao as we hold it to our heart. And as this intention becomes more clear, start to breathe it into every cell of your body, every cell of your heart. Let it become you. Still connecting with your breath as this intention becomes amplified. Start to breathe this intention into the sacred fire, allowing your heart to extend into the center of our circle, creating a pillar of light together, setting our intentions to be amplified by everyone's intentions. Taking a deep breath in and sending this light into the center channel. Creating this pillar that reaches up into the heavens. Creating a web across our entire globe. Imagining this golden web of our intentions, amplifying across the entire world. Creating these beautiful frequencies, these ripples that ripple out from our hearts to the hearts of those here in this ceremony with us, and expanding out to reach the hearts of those that couldn't be here with us. Feeling this beautiful golden web of unconditional love, of intention, of ritual, of ceremony, holding us. And then allowing your heart to expand this intention into this beautiful sacred cup of cacao. Pouring your intentions into the cacao to amplify our heart space, to amplify our ability to receive love. And through this receiving and filling our own cups, allowing more love to be gifted away. As we bring our cups just to our nose, allow yourself to take in the richness, the sweet nectar, this beautiful elixir.
And by that, really feeling the medicine with all that you are, feeling her love, feeling her compassion, and that she's here for you. And then let's one last time raise the cup towards the sky, with that intention held in our heart and on our hands, lifting that cup into the sky as if it's our own heart, in reverence to life itself, in reverence to that sacred medicine we're holding in our hands, in reverence to our ancestors, our guardians and guides, the sacred land, Lake Atitlan, the space here at Eagle's Nest, everybody who is present, in deep gratitude and reverence for all that is. And then bringing it towards your mouth, and then from your heart space, breathing this intention into the heart of this sacred drink. And then allowing it to be taken into your body. Let the waters of this drink fuel the waters of your being. Just taking one sip and feeling the warmth washing down your throat, tasting her with all of your senses, and feeling how she already makes her way into all of your cells and all the corners of your being, expanding your love from the inside out. while still being connected to that bigger field of love vibration all around us, all around the world. And while you drink it, just stay present. We're gonna chant another water blessing song. If you feel like singing along, you can just stay present drinking it. And then we move from there.
Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were nitaya. Ochakiniba nita oshu. Shake, shake, shake. Nitaya. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were nitaya. Ochakiniba nita oshu. Shake, shake, shake. Nitaya. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were nitaya. Ochakiniba nita oshu. Shake, shake, shake. Nitaya. Ire were were. All together. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were nitaya. Ochakiniba nita oshu. Shake, shake, shake. Nitaya. Ire were were. One more time. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were. Ire were were nita oshu. Ire were were nitaya. Ochakiniba nita oshu. Shake, shake, shake. Nitaya. Ire were were.
And then perhaps really closing your eyes for a moment again and just feeling also into a space of silence, feeling how Mother Cacao is making her way into your being, how your fields might already be changing, radiating, vibrating, as she is guiding us back to our inner aliveness, perhaps even more presence with your heartbeat. Just feeling for a moment. Perhaps from here even let's take another deep breath in just to feel the life force. And in a sigh of grace, release. If you feel like it, doing it one more time. Really allowing yourself to soften within yourself, finding that gentleness while you yet awaken to your inner strength and that inner knowing that You have all the courage within your heart to plant your intentions, to make them come alive. And from here we would love to share a very powerful, I don't even like to really call it exercise, but let's say experience. It definitely changed my life. I think here in San Marcos probably more people have done it before, but when I first came to Brazil, quit my corporate job, I was like coming from a different world, arriving in an empowerment hostel, and the first thing we did was something called eye gazing. So probably most of you have done it before. Who has never done eye gazing? Okay, a few. So eye gazing literally means we gaze into each other's eyes. But what is so special about it is that it is said that by looking really into each other's eyes, we can see the soul of the other person. What the first times I did it, I found it super awkward. So just allow yourself to ease into it. If you feel an emotion coming up, close your eyes, center yourself, open them again. And I want to invite you this time to focus on the left eye of the other person, because the left eye is linked to the right brain half, which is linked more to the subconscious, the creative, and not to the strategic, mathematic side. So by focusing on the left eye, if that's possible for you, then you can even go deeper. If it feels too blurry for you, then just focus on two eyes or on the triangle, third eye and the two eyes. So I'm inviting you to just find the pairs, that we can just see that everybody pairing up and facing each other. And from there I'm going to lead a little bit. I'm gonna say when the music starts, open your eyes, and then you can stop. Yeah, I will ask them to close their eyes, center, and then I say when the music starts.
So trying to keep a ceremonial space, so
Yes.
trying not to talk at all,
Try
but rather
not-
just to...
So it's really allowing yourself to stay centered within yourself. I'm inviting you to just meet your partner, facing each other. Does everybody have a partner? No, here's some, no, you don't have. No, you have? Here, you don't. Okay. So perhaps somebody of you guys wants to join? You don't have a partner?
If needed, I can. No, I have.
You're there? So, yeah, she's gonna play a bit sushi, and then afterwards, yeah, that would be beautiful as a closing. Yeah. Could you, Jodie? Yeah. Okay, she's coming. Yeah, I will tell you when to close. Okay. So I'm inviting you, everybody. Yeah, I'm waiting for the next partner to join, and I'm already inviting you just to close your eyes and really feel yourself sitting here on this beautiful platform. Really allowing yourself to arrive back into your heart space. Perhaps you want to imagine again the 4 directions, entering within your heart space, connecting to the heart of the sky, heart of the earth. Perhaps breathing into your heart space a couple of times. So you can really meet the other person from a place of your heart, from a place of your essence. And then when the music starts, you can open your eyes. So just so you can open your eyes and greet the other person from your heart. Allowing yourself to be seen and seeing the other fully with who they are. You can open your eyes if you haven't done so.
Just seeing this radiant reflection of yourself within this beautiful being. You witness their radiance and notice what you can see in their eyes. What kind of archetypes come to mind, to heart, as you gaze into this beautiful being's eyes?
notice if you can keep that presence. To just be seen and witnessed. To be witnessed exactly as you are in this moment, without judgment. Perhaps to be reminded of the sacredness that you carry within you as you allow yourself to be seen. And then gently closing your eyes, coming back into your own heart center. And in a moment, we're going to reopen our eyes, but just for a moment, tuning into that intention that you set in our heart meditation. What is it that you are wanting to bring forth into this month? What is your desire to create in this month? How do you want to show up? How do you want to feel this month? And in a moment, when we open our eyes, the person with the longer hair is going to have 1 minute to verbalize this intention to your partner, to really speak the words so that the universe can hear what it is that you are ready to create in this moment. The other person that's going to be receiving your intention is just going to be holding space without saying anything.
Pero así en vez de tener que acelerar el reposo, ¿verdad? Con universidad.
Gaze into your partner's eyes once more, and the one with the longer hair is going to start, and the other one is just going to be a Shiva, grounded, holding space for the expression of this beautiful intention of our partner in front of us. So opening your eyes, the person with the longer hair, feel free to share your intention, your desire for this month. Remember, only one person is talking. Sharing what's really alive for you in your heart. What's going to blossom into this month.
being really clear about who you are and what you need and what your boundaries are. I think I show my vulnerability by first getting to know myself, and then I think it comes from watching the world around me and how others interact, and just becoming aware.
To understand how we can bring whatever is inside, how we can express it into this real, into this manifestation, into this reality. About for us to understand the tool of meditation. And we have different methods where we can translate it. It is on us to understand how we can translate it and manifest it. And I think this is the key for our future. And with this beautiful medicine, we can practice this in a beautiful community like this. In my understanding, living in community
together, right? We're going together building a website together, but this community feeling, like how we can create something together, how we can really listen deep within us, inside of us, through medicine like cacao, and how we can translate it. So what I want to say is that we really dive into our heart, listen deeply, and how we can bring it into the water, and not only using the mind to have this connection, to have this flow of energy from the root chakra to the ground. How can we visualize, how can we feel the flow in our body, and then bring it through the heart into this manifestation. And a beautiful little practice for that is what I really love, or what we really love, is my friend, Tiziana. We like to do intuitive paintings, where we come together, we dive into this cacao, of course, we dive into our inner guidance, into our inner heart wisdom, and we intuitively bring it up here as a collective. And to translate it, it's as simple as it, to translate it, and how we can flow together, and how we can move together as a whole movement, a whole wave of energies. And we have this beautiful cacao ceremony, amazingly, already connecting us so beautifully with the heart. So you're already now connected with your own heart and the heart of all in this room, in this place, this beautiful place of the Mayan that has its own heartbeat, that has its own consciousness. And we are wanting to open this space tonight, especially when we're going to dance, but also now, to have a collective painting with you, like an intuitive painting that is connecting us with our inner guidance. Today is the day of the borders, we know, so it's going to be a beautiful wave together.
Más que palabras, somos el viento que corre, somos el suspiro de la magia en nuestras venas, somos la esperanza que nos presenta, somos la mirada que nos mueve el camino. See your hands from where I lay. They give your lonely heart away. Your hands they hold, your hands they heal. Help me get in touch with what I feel.
Bye.